athletes that they are. I've already stated some of their feats and successes, but I'm going to be talking about that more when they're actually on the runway, so we don't get confused about all of the faces. And I'm very interested to see how it goes this year. It's not as easy as one might think that the person with the best PR will most definitely win. Some people are better or worse in stadiums compared to a runway like this. As you can tell, obviously it's not a normal setting. So running on the runway is quite different than running on the track right in front of a pole vault mat or for long jump in front of the sand pit. So that means that athletes have to get used to that. Some of them are really good at that, and others just prefer to be in quote unquote normal stadiums. But Austin Miller kind of isn't that guy. He loves being at competitions like these where the crowd is close. You can really like feel the hype because usually for field events, everyone is further away. So athletes, or some athletes, tend to really enjoy these city events where you have this hype really build and you have all of these positive vibes right next to you, and that pushes them. So Asa Miller is someone who loves to be at this event, and others somewhat similar to it because of that specifically. And I'm really looking forward to see how everyone does this time around. But before we actually start off the competition, we will have the Obi wall set up. And we're going to see who is willing to try to overcome it. And first he needs to warm up to see if he can get over it, because obviously it's quite different than a usual competition or a usual jump where you don't have this wall in front of you. So even just the sight line is very different, knowing that you're going up against this wall instead of going up against the bar itself. So last time around, him and Matt Ludwig, who isn't here this time around, tried both getting over the Obi wall and a burning bar. So we had a bar set on fire, quite literally. It was very dangerous to even look at. So I'm glad I didn't have to go over it, but most of these athletes here are fearless, to say the very least. Last week, he jumped a new personal record of 591. And I'm really interested to see how he's doing right now with so many competitions back to back. If he feels fit, if he's in the right mindset or not. But right now, it's exactly 5 meters that he's going to try to overcome. Is this a warm-up or a mental barrier? Let's see. Asa Miller. And with ease, he does it and wins an extra prize and some love from the crowd. We are quite excited to see just that. So I'm interested to know how far everyone will go today, but before the guys actually get to compete, there was so much space there, at least like 30 to 40 centimeters. But before the guys actually compete, the women will be competing first. So we'll have the women on the pole vaults, and after each of them, a long jumper is going to jump. So always back to back, pole vault, long jump, pole vault, long jump. And the men are going to start in the long jump, and when every one of them has jumped, the women will continue on until all of the women in the pole vault have finished their competition, and only then will we start with the men's pole vault event. So they will have a little bit of time to settle back down, calm their nerves, maybe watch on, depending if that makes them more nervous or less. Everyone is quite different in that regard. And we're looking forward to this competition starting. Despite the weather not being perfect, it is also not the worst. I think the very worst would be it be extremely cold and unbelievably rainy, but it's not that. It's drizzling, but it's not a competition that you would not be used to as an athlete. Weather can change from hour to hour, from day to day, and these athletes are used to that. As an outdoor sport, you kind of have to go and roll with the punches. It is never guaranteed that the weather will be perfect, and obviously the conditions for everyone at the event are the same. So no one will be mad about it, I guess, to put it lightly. What I really like to see is the atmosphere between all of the athletes and how they are so close to one another, not only because they see each other at so many competitions, but also because they're just friends, and it is nice to have a community of people who understand you. And Jason Smith is one of those people who very much so gets it. He's going to start off our competition today, Jason Smith from the United States. And a good run up, a dip before the last step before the actual push off, but it was a red flag, meaning it's not going to count. And unlike popular belief, there are more ways than this one to actually overstep on the plastiline, to have a red flag go up and have jumped a foul, basically, so no valid attempt. You can take too long, basically, so you only have 1 minute of time when the jury for the competition says you're allowed to start. So that can be one, or in pole vault, you can obviously not actually clear the bar. And we're starting the competition in set pole vault with the Finnish Saga Andersen. She has a PR of 4:52. So she has quite some space between what she wants to start off this competition with. A valid attempt from her. She seems quite happy about that. Obviously, they've not been on the runway for quite some time for the introduction, and just also because there are so many athletes who have to go back and forth that you really have to wait a little while before it's your turn again. So getting the emotions out at your first jump is always a great start to the competition, to just know you have everything under control and you've started successfully. Next up in the men's long jump is the German Luca Herden. And on to the next run-up. And a really good jump from Luca Herden. His PR is 8:14, and it is our first valid attempt in the men's long jump, which means we'll be able to use our laser line after this. 7:52 as his start today. And I'll explain more about the actual laser line when we see it, but basically it just means that we can physically see how far the person who's leading the competition has jumped. So that you don't have to guesstimate and try to remember how far any given person has to jump to become the new lead in that competition. But we're back again with pole vault. It will be like this for the entire time, always in a switch back and forth and back and forth, this time with the Belgian Eline Weckemans. And she too clears 4:13, which is our starting height. And everyone other than New Chunier will start at this height. So we'll see two more athletes starting off here. I think it's a good option to start earlier than you maybe necessarily need to, just to have a feel for it on this runway and with this closer crowd, if that's not something you do very often. So you kind of get to shake out all of your nerves and know that you've already put something on the board. And now on to the African champion from last year, Cheswell Johnson, two-time Olympian with a PR of 8:26. He'll want to jump further than that because 8:27 is the direct norm and direct qualification for the World Championships in Tokyo later this season. Let's see. Really, really great high knees. He has so much power. Now we see that laser line that I talked about that definitely would have been further than that, but he was also too far on the board. Really great technique in the air, trying to really... Oh, that was an entire foot over the board, which is usually about 20 centimeters or so, and the board itself is also 20 centimeters wide, so that obviously that does not count. You have to stay behind that plastiline, where here it is white, blue, and only then your jump will count, and when it's within the time frame that I talked about earlier, that 1 minute. But he has 5 more jumps ahead of him. Now, when he's up again, he knows he might have to start a little further back because he's faster than he expected. But until then, continue on with the pole vaults and Natasia Campbell from the United States. Her PR is around 40 centimeters higher than this, so she has jumped this very often in her career. That was quite the odd bend in the pole. I think she didn't really have great control over it, which is also why this jump didn't really work out. She's talking through it with her coach right now. And it bended quite far to the side, making her a little askew. And as you can maybe tell as well, the actual pole or the actual bar can be set further to the back or closer to the front depending on how you roll up in your technique, if you do it really fast or if you do it last. And so athletes get to decide like how close to where they jump off the actual bar will be in the air. And when you see signs of athletes showcasing what they want, that is what that is. And now from Namibia, General Kutsi starting off his competition with very high knees, fast arms, and a start around the 750 meter mark for him as well as his first jump. For most of them, this will just be a starting point to see where exactly they jumped off when they actually go full speed, because before the competition, you don't want to use up too much energy. You can see he was about 20 centimeters before the board, so if he would have been perfect on it, it would have been closer to 770. But you don't want to use up too much of your energy before actually doing your 6 jumps, so you might jump a first one or first attempt that's not that perfect, but you'll just take it into account for the rest of your competition, especially here where you know none of the athletes are cut down for a final. So usually if you're in a stadium competition, there will be more than 8 athletes and only 8 athletes get to do the last 3 jumps. But here we only have 6 men jumping in the long jump, so no one will be cut, and therefore they know from the very start, or from the jump you could say, that they'll have 6 jumps, so they can take it a little more casually as their first jump. And we're still at 4:13 and a good jump here. And here from the Finn, she is actually the athlete with the best PR in this competition, and still she decided to start off at 4:13 despite her PR being 4:70. Elina Lampella. We're already getting close to the last jumper in the men's long jump here, Emiliano Lassa from Uruguay, with a great runoff. He had great speed and also was able to just catapult himself, so using that speed to jump far. I feel like many people underestimate how important speed is for a long jump. You can't jump far if you don't also have speed, because what you basically do is you run as fast as you can to the board, which he wasn't quite on, so using about 20 centimeters here. And then you try to push yourself off the board to accelerate yourself while you're still in the air. So you're only using the speed you've gained on your run up. So if you don't have speed, you're also not going to jump forward, no matter how great your technique is. And pole vault is worse actually in that sense. You don't only need speed, you also need strength to hold this pole because it will get you lopsided. You can't just run with both arms. You can see how they actually have to hold the pole. And then you need all of this energy in her second attempt. She makes it work. Now we have everyone on to the next height. She says it was quite close. Natasja Campbell. And it was. The bar actually wobbled, but that is not a problem. It is allowed to wobble as much as it wants as long as it does not fall down. And being here at those cafes or living in one of those apartments with the windows right there is the perfect spot to watch this competition. But everyone has a great view. But back to what I said, you need speed and strength and gymnastic ability for pole vault. It's quite the all-round event in that sense, and therefore also the most technical in track and field. And now on to our first Paralympic athlete here, Joël de Jong, the Paralympic champion. In a valid first jump, and he seems to be quite happy with it. That was actually very close to his PR, weirdly enough. Here at the very first jump, look how he was able to stretch himself when he really went into the air and catapult himself. 7:45 is what I can hear. That's just about 20 centimeters away from his personal best and therefore the Paralympic record that he holds, and he was on the board quite perfectly. So it seems like a great start to this competition for him. And athletes like to compete in their normal or usual jerseys even when it is colder. It's just part of your routine to have this specific outfit on for your competition. So even though you could stay in your longer clothes, it's not a must to do otherwise. They just like to stay warm until it's actually their turn and then take off the jacket in this case and run towards their destiny. Unfortunately, the new height here wasn't quite manageable for the first attempt, but all athletes get 3 attempts for each height. And she had so much height, but as I said earlier, you can have the bar be further to the back or further to the front. If it would have been further to the front, she would have fallen down behind it and it would have been perfectly fine. But in this case, she just didn't have the right distance to the bar, even though she did have the right height over it. So as I said earlier, pole vault is a beast. You have to be technically sound all the way around from the very start to the very finish of each attempt. And next up, we're going to start off with the women's long jump with Moyo Badi, the national indoor champion this year in Austria. And a valid first attempt for her. Going to be happy about that, just getting rid of all of the nervous energy and starting at home at such a prestigious event. losing quite a bit of distance here, jumping off in front of the board, but that's something you usually fix in your second or continuous attempts, just because you know you actually gave it your all for that jump. And when you're too far, you might need to push a little harder in your next attempt for each step, so you're closer to the board, or you need to go a step or a foot further to the front when you actually start your run off. But every athlete does a little differently. Maybe she knows I didn't go full out in this one, and they need to take all of that into account for their upcoming attempts. And again, on this height, the 433, it's not quite there yet. Meaning Wekemans needs to go into the second attempt as well over this height, even though she too had the height. I think it was just not the perfect execution that she would have needed, but she's going to be fixing that. Most athletes actually have someone else film them during their attempts so they can look back at it, and when they do, they know exactly what to do differently for the next time around. Her personal best is above even the next height, so I'm sure Wekemans can make it work. But before that, we're going to the women's long jump with Lisa Marie Lusty from Estonia. And it seems like she had a bit less speed. It was more controlled, however. And that is why she might just improve upon the furthest jump so far. Great on the board in the first 6-meter jump today. And she's starting off with a new personal record, a centimeter further than she's ever jumped in her life. 6:45 was what she came to this competition with, and already she's improved upon that. 6:46. As I said earlier, she's a heptathlete, so she doesn't really do long jump competitions all the time. Usually she does heptathlons, so all 7 competitions over 2 days. But getting a new PR is obviously quite fun. And now on to the next athlete trying to get over these 433. She struggled with the first height. Let's see what she can do here. And again, she needs to go into the second attempt. The US American Natasha Campbell, where she's a 6-time All-American and SEC champion. So she has so many competitions under her belt, and also just knows how to deal with pressure going to big events. But competing in a stadium or on a runway in the city center like this are 2 completely different things. And sometimes it just needs a few jumps to get adjusted to it, even if you've warmed up there. Just actually doing a proper competition jump full out is different than that. So we are crossing our fingers for her to have it all on lockdown for her upcoming second attempt. But first, the world ranked number 8 this year from Brazil, Lisandra Campos. And she knew she was too far. she already had her foot in front of the board, so it didn't really make sense to even do the full out jump because she knew it would have been invalid and not counted anyway. But for the next jump, she knows she has so much speed today that she might need to start off her actual run on a bit further to the back. And here is now the first jump from the Asia champion of this year. She actually was the world champion at U28, so as a minor in 2017 at that world championship. She decided to not do the first height and start off at 4:33. New Chunye. Great technique here. And it all made sense to save some of that energy immediately on the first attempt. It worked out. She's also the only one who's jumping in her national jersey. This is the official attire for the championships for China at the moment. And she had so much height over that bar. And that just means that the next height would or should be easy for her as well. We're going to be adding on another 20 centimeters if I'm not mistaken. Let me look at our lists right here. Nope, 10 centimeters next. So next for the women it will be 4:43. From 20 centimeters jumps to 10 centimeter jumps after this height. But long jumpers don't have to think about any of that. They get to jump as far as they decide, in quotation marks. And our Dutch Paralympic record holder, Fleur up next. You can see her run style is quite different because she has to balance on her prosthetics. So she shifts her weight from side to side way more than somebody without prosthetics would. But she's also the 100-meter Paralympic champion from Paris, so she's fast. She is the fastest in the T64 category anywhere on planet Earth, but she lost about 35 centimeters on this jump, just not being on the board. And back to back to back, as I said, we are on to the women's pole vault again with Lampella. And that didn't quite work out even on the way up, and she seems to be very frustrated by that. Honestly, I understand because she has the best personal record out of all of the athletes here. So she knows she can do this, and she has done this in past competitions. But if we look at this again, I think it was, first her hips, and then she pushed it off just because she had so much speed going into that. So she might want to push the bar further to the back or just concentrate on her getting into the I position. So basically head under the feet. The exact opposite of how you would stand, basically in a handstand, so that when she actually gets over the bar, her hips will be taking the bar down. But she'll have a few minutes to collect herself and think through what exactly she wants to be doing, just as Jason has ever since he's jumped his first attempt Unfortunately, that didn't count. It was over. Placeline, let's see what you can do for the second time around. And he needs to get out of the sandpit. And then he gets his white flag. He was already waiting if he would get a white flag or not while he was still standing in the sandpit. But that's not how it works. The attempt is only final when you get out of the sandpit. So technically you could still get a foul when, not that this is common, but technically that could happen when you walk all the way back towards the board and get out of the sandpit at the front and not at the back. That will be a foul. And also at that moment, well, it only counts until after if you've gotten out of the sandpit, because they need to know where you left the mark in the sand. And technically, if you fell over, let's say, then the Saga Anderson from Finland. She's already been at 2 World Championships. Oh, she made that work. And the very last inch, really. I was saying she was already at 2 World Championships, both in 2022, which was pushed back because of COVID-19, and 2023. And in 2025, she obviously would like to go again. But for the women's pole vault, you need to jump 473 to get the direct qualifier. And the long jump, it's 827 for the men. And this wasn't quite that far for Luca Helden from Germany just yet. So far, he has left his mark at 751 in his first jump from the board. And this one wasn't further, so he's staying at second place behind Jason Smith for the moment. And we're back to the women's pole vault with Eline Wikemans from Belgium. With a personal record of 455, so this 433 is something she's more than capable of. Finalist at the European Indoor Championships this year, national record holder. She knows how to compete under pressure. And just let out a little smile there. Right now, she is in second place. with Saga Anderson, and behind New Chunier, who hasn't had any faults or invalid attempts so far. Cheswell Johnson will be looking to do the same thing, the two-time Olympian. And he's 12th in the world rank list. His first attempt didn't quite count. His entire foot was over the board. More likely than not, he was starting off further to the back right now. He wants his own special rhythm. A little bit of spice. Though it has not been adopted fairly, I would say. But still, a great jump and over the laser line, meaning he is now the lead athlete. Such a great visual representation, and he has this great technique of like the moving legs mid-air. There are different techniques like compared to this running style. Oh no, that actually was an invalid attempt. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He seems so happy about it. But we'll get back to that in a few minutes. But what I was saying, there's this running style in the long jump to really like further yourself in the air, or also just the hang jump, which is something that most people actually learn in school, so that's the more common one. Also, the running style you can only do when you're in the air long enough, so that might be a reason for that. But everyone has their own preference. It also depends on how, not all of these athletes are athletic, it doesn't depend on how athletic you are, but how flexible you are. And how fast you are able to snap your legs to the front. So it might just be easier to do the running style compared to the hang style when you're less flexible. So a lot of things and variables go into what technique you do, but in pole vault, there's only one technique really. Full speed ahead, and then perfectly into the I position. And clearing the bar, that's how it needs to be. Everything else just does not work, at least not that I've ever seen. I mean, every once in a while we see new techniques pop up. The best example one can give in track and field is the Fosbury flop. Everyone else always did the scissor jump before that, also because there were no mats behind the high jump bar for a very long time. It was also just sand, a sand pit. And then there was very little cushioning, and then more and more and more. So it made more sense to want to end your attempt on your back compared to your feet. But even a sport like track and field has progression and new styles athletes try. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but that is the fun of it. And Chinold Leona Katsi from Namibia is up next. He seems to be a little annoyed at how it's going so far. His last few days, other than yesterday, he spent in Munich and went a little sightseeing here to, well, just see something different and new before heading to Innsbruck. He said he doesn't really like to travel for too far, too long, so he does stops in between. So those two are variables that these athletes have to really think about. How they manage jet lag, how they manage being in a train cart or in a car or on a plane for too long, for too far, too short before a competition, because you really want to be able to shake out your legs and not feel groggy when you actually want to compete at your best. So goes so there's a lot that goes into it. Also, when you're in a different country, there's different food there that you might not be used to, that you might not like, that you don't want to upset your stomach with if it's something you're trying for the first time. A story that comes to mind here is Usain Bolt back in Beijing 2008, at those Olympics. He didn't want to, if I remember correctly, he basically only ate McDonald's during that time because that's the only thing that he knew wouldn't upset his stomach. So, funny story. Not the healthiest, most likely not what Elina Lampella has done in the last couple of days. But sometimes you really have to think about the details like that. And now Lampella has dropped down to fourth position, even though she has the best PR of all. She's not gotten over the 4:33 just yet, but she has a third attempt left that she will be hoping to make count. Otherwise, that will be the end of the vote for her today. As I said earlier, just because you have the best PR doesn't necessarily mean that you will dominate the competition. It all depends. Same goes for him. He has the best PR in the men's long jump. And that seemed like a solid start for him from Uruguay, for Emiliano Lassa, three-time Olympian, but not further than the laser line, meaning Jason Smith will continue to be in the lead, and this is probably why losing a full 20 centimeters in front of the board in 7:52 is what he can manage, pushing Luca Haddon down into third and him into second. And if I hear correctly, the meeting director, Armin Margreiter, wants everyone to clap along for these athletes here. He has come up with this event more than 20 years ago and has pushed to have it all around the world. Geneva to Bangkok to Munich to Innsbruck, and looking to further it around the world. There are some quite interesting stops in the works at the moment. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them, so I won't, but it would be quite interesting, and I'm definitely looking forward to some of those events to really bring track and field, and to be more specific, these two field events in the middle of cities all around the world. But this is the home base in Innsbruck for the 21st Golden Roof Challenge. And on Campbell goes and finally manages it, and let's go. Come on is what she screams. Finally over this height that's kind of been driving her mad. Let's watch it again in slow motion. She actually has so much height, but everything else just didn't really want to work out beforehand. But now it has when it really counted. And with that, we're back to our world record holder in the Paralympic T63 event. He has had a great first jump of 7:45, 23 centimeters further would be a new Paralympic record. Let's see what he can do with his next attempt. That seemed to me like it was over the board. And yes, he knows it. It was, unfortunately, but he has such great ability to turn his speed into far jumps. Look at how much height he gains. And one would think that height is not a good thing. Yeah, that was an entire foot over the board. One would think that height is not a good thing, but the higher you can jump, the longer you are in the air because you're further up, so it takes you longer to get back down to the ground, gravity. And the higher you are, the longer you're in the air, the longer your speed can push you forward while you're traveling in the air. So you don't only want to have high speed, you also want to jump off high off the board so you can travel for a longer time. So it's all just these mechanics that you need to really think about. You would think you don't need this, you don't need that, but you actually need it all, specifically now. And finally, she could put together a jump, and she breathes a sigh of relief. Elina Lampella finally over the 433. And she really had to stretch here. She had the height, but then she was about to fall onto the bar from the top once more, but this time she's managed to change enough about the technique compared to her previous attempts so that she could continue staying in this competition. Next up, the bar will go all the way up to 443. And you can see here in the background that they're going to be remeasuring the height. This has to be done every time they change it to be perfectly accurate. One of the many things that is necessary for a World Athletics approved competition such as this. And Moyo Badi is next up here in the women's long jump from Austria, the national indoor champion this year. And white flag means it is a valid attempt. And she doesn't quite have the height mid-air to... Whoa, but that was perfect on the board. Wow, that is exactly what you would want. Far enough away so that when your foot rolls, when you actually like go on your tippy toes to jump off, that you don't touch the plastiline, but that you don't have any more than a sliver left. And doing that is truly an art form that World Athletics is trying or thinking to take away. And a lot of these long jump athletes are very upset about, because as I just mentioned, it is part of the discipline to really try to perfect where you jump off. The thought is to have a zone where you jump off, just like juniors have. And by that I mean like younger than, I think, 12. I'm not quite sure. So something that's not usual for senior athletes at all, and has not been, to my knowledge, for forever. And because athletes train this so much and it's become part of the discipline itself to not only jump far somewhere in some zone, but from the board specifically, and yeah, they want to keep it. And I can understand, but World Athletics is trying to see if that would make the sport more watchable or if that will bring new viewers. But we'll see about that. So far, no changes are ought to be made to the pole vault. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out in this event. She's trying to keep her composure despite the rain starting. And for the long jumpers, it's not that much of an issue, but for pole vaulters, rain can really be an extreme hindrance because when you really want to have a firm grip on your pole, and if it's wet, you're more likely to slip and therefore also more likely to actually injure yourself. So it's really important to keep your poles safe and dry. But Lisa Maria Lusti from Estonia up next. Here in the rain, but a foul from her. Giving some high fives here to the crowd who are standing right next to the sandpit. And that was quite close, and that is so unfortunate when it's just that little, but even that counts. And now the rain is starting to pour down heavier, but all athletes and fans here have come prepared. So far, we can continue on with the competition, but we'll have to cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't rain too hard. But we're only going to continue on with the long jump. For now, as I've already explained, if your poles get too wet, you risk slipping down the poles because you can no longer firmly grip the poles, and that is an intense risk for injury. So we can't have the athletes continue when we don't think the rain is going to stop anytime soon or just for now. So we're going to try to dry the track. You can see how much water actually builds up. It looks like it's just a little wet, but it is usually more than one would think. And this is the instrument that soaks up all of the water from the track. I've always wanted to use it. I've never done so because usually when I'm at competitions, I need to wear myself up and I'm not really thinking about helping the crew, but they are so necessary for all competitions. Without them, it wouldn't work. And you can see where the water has been cleared up so far. We're going to be doing this a few times this competition, and he's getting proper applause, as he should. Without him, we couldn't continue even with the long jump. We want the track to be as dry as possible for these athletes, just so that they're basically not hydroplaning on the actual track when they're running. Goodness, there's so much water. This is so unfortunate, but we can't control the weather. The fans are still happy to be here, came prepared with umbrellas and rain jackets, and it's so fun to see that a sport like this, and these two disciplines specifically, can hold a crowd. And being in the dry right now is probably quite fun. Again, the perfect view, perfect spot to sip some coffee, have dinner, and watch this competition. And yeah, we're going to see if the track is dry enough to do some jumps in the long jump. I think the athletes would also prefer to jump even when it is a bit wet, because otherwise if you stop the competition and you wait, you get cold and you would have to re-warm up some way somehow. And usually after a longer break, especially when it's not a mostly technical discipline like pole vault, but a speed discipline such as long jump, you won't jump as far, so it is, yeah, athletes will be biased depending on like who likes to do what, but many would like to just quote unquote get it over with and jump in the rain to finish their competition up, because usually you don't jump any better if you've waited for a long time. The pole vault is the exception because, again, it is actually a hazard and it's dangerous to jump while it's raining. So that is why we don't only not recommend doing that, but we wouldn't allow them to do it, just to, yeah, save them on injuring themselves. That's not something they want. That's not something we want. There have been so many great competitions we've done over the years, and we want to continue to be a event where athletes know that we don't only care about the fans, but we also care about their well-being. Not for every price will we continue the competition just because the events like these aren't only to have fans react with it and enjoy it and watch, but at the end of the day, they're also just a competition, and that is why we are now halting for a quarter hour for 50 minutes, hoping the rain will lessen after that and we can keep the track as dry as possible. This is probably a workout, to be honest, and I don't know why they continue putting back the marker so so the athletes know that they can't jump just now, because I think it's quite obvious. But the weather radar says that the rain is supposed to only last for up to 10, maybe 15 minutes. So that is why, instead of risking injuring anyone, and a quarter hour isn't that long of a wait, we will just wait it out and afterwards continue. So if you're watching along live, right now would be the perfect moment to grab a drink from your fridge, to prepare a quick snack, to go to the toilet, to call someone else to tell them to watch as well. We're going to be picking up the competition at 7:30 p.m. Eastern European Time. Sorry, Central European Time. Doing some photos, a photo op for Martin. And for the next 10 minutes, this is his workout. Oh no, he's sharing already. What a bummer. Doing all the photos and then changing hands. I love that everyone's just watching him do it and filming him. You know, there has to be some fun involved. Now emptying out all of that water again. I don't know how, now that it's raining harder, how sensible it is to continue with this process. if it might not be smarter to wait 10 minutes and then clear up everything that's there. But again, I've never done this myself, to be quite fair. I've only watched others do it. That might not really be the fairest thing to then talk about, but that's just the opinion I have. And commentators tend to talk a lot, have opinions on everything. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know. For now, the crowd has decided to stay, especially as so many people have come with the right equipment on hand. I'm just hoping that all of the athletes are able to tuck away somewhere where they're safe and sound, and most importantly, dry. There are tents set up, but I don't know if all of the poles have space in set tents. And the athletes don't only just have one pole with them, they usually have an entire bundle of them with different lengths and different, like, at different levels of hardness, because if your pole is more bendy, you need less energy to be put into it, so less speed and less strength so that it can catapult you up. But then also, if it is bendy and is soft to bend, it will also not catapult you as hard. So the harder your pole is, the higher you can jump with it. But then you also need set speed and strength to actually use it to do that. So it's always just this weighing of options. If what are you going to do with, or what pole you're actually going to be ending up using, or if you're going to be using a longer pole, which you also need more strength for because you're carrying this long pole. And you might know this from holding a water bottle at arm's length and doing that for a long time. It will feel heavier and heavier and heavier because the weight isn't close to you, it is far from you, and it's therefore harder to hold. So now imagine that with a like 3, 4.5 meter pole. The longer that pole is, the harder it is to keep upright, to actually run with, sprint with towards the pole vault mat, and actually then use for your jumps. So that too is something you really have to consider. Am I going to be using a longer pole or a shorter pole? Having a longer pole and be able to use it properly is obviously a good thing, because if you do that, you can again jump higher. You might consequently need less good technique to be perfect over the bar, but you also need to have more speed and strength to use it. So it's a lot that goes into this discipline. I know I say it over and over, but at the end of the day, it is the most technical athletics event there is. I don't think I've ever heard anyone debate that. It is thrilling to watch, and the reason for that, or the reasons for that, are basically limitless. Seems like the rain is getting less for just now. We're hoping for it to stop in 10 minutes, and that's when we're going to continue our competition. As of now, so I'm letting you grab a snack, grab something to drink, and maybe use the restroom. And we'll see each other at 7:30 in 9 minutes.
jeden Morgen angeleitet, aber in einer Morgen ein paar Minuten unterwegs loszugehen. Das ist so mir die Vorderung, aber 150 Minuten aufgestellt. Also wir kommen alle zusammen und auch gleichzeitig dieser Woche mit Frieden und Sabot und wir geben eine Evaluationsfrage. Das Familie geht, tatsächlich viel gut. Das ist jetzt aber wir gut. Das könnte so ein kleines Unternehmen und da haben wir einfach mal eine Familie bekommen. Und dann haben wir bekommen, und jetzt sind wir ausgebaut, wir werden diese Ziele alles so absetzen. Und aber die letzte Idee ist jetzt auch. Aber ein Thema auf the year, würde ich sagen. Das Einzige, was ich bekommen habe, ist eine Geldmusik, die ich dabei habe, weil die wollte ich nicht. Jetzt werden wir aus der Linie kommen, 1930 geht weiter. Das ist ein sehr gutes Zeichen. Infos sind sie noch da. Die ist überhaupt überhaupt noch nicht. Das sieht man nicht. Also, wenn er überhaupt noch nicht ist, das wird die Gruppe zu Hause sein. Aber das tut uns natürlich nicht rein abholen. Wir haben ja auch noch einen Mitarbeiter, wo wir über alles gesehen. Neues machen und zwar, wer eingegangen ist und keine Lösung hat, dann muss man ganz leise. Und wer noch so richtig die Woche hat, und wie los die nächste Woche was dran geht. Einmal, nächster Voice! Yes! Drücken wir einfach. Damit können wir arbeiten. Und dann wird der Vorteil mit der Frage von der Fanhuber ab. Die ist ja jetzt irgendwo. Wo ist der Fanhuber von Ricardo? Die ist jetzt nur Auto unterwegs. So, das schauen wir uns mal hin. Dann werden wir irgendwann was sagen. Zeigt ihr der Fanhuber von Ricardo? Ja, das ist der Fanhuber von Ricardo. Sehr schön. Dann gibt es halt den Schatz. Dann gibt es halt den Schatz. Das war ein Überzeugung. Dann gibt es halt den Schatz. Eindeutige Sache. Die Felder haben was gewonnen. Nächste Schlafrunde in Netmas. Geht dann wieder über den Abend weiter. Also wir müssen uns noch ein bisschen gedulden. Das ist genau sein Hauptgeschäft.
And we are back right before 7:30 Central Eastern Time. We're exact. Exactly where we hoped it would be, with no more rain. The shower has passed. And in the women's pole vault, let's recap for them again. Still, we need to have poles that are dry, so where her hands will go is where she's trying to really see that the poles are dry, stay dry. There's still a little bit of a drizzle, but we want to continue on with this competition now that it is at a safe amount. So far, Saga Anderson has tried for 43. Next up is Eileen Wickemans. And she's going full force at it, starting this competition again, but needing to redirect within the 1 minute that she has. She can start as often as she pleases. She didn't quite feel comfortable with how dry or wet her pole was, so she's going to re-chalk her hands to really have a firmer grip and dry it off as best as possible. At the moment, we are at a level for this competition that is okay. The problem is, like, we don't know how she stored her poles in the meantime, so they might have been extremely wet or at a wet place or getting wet for a long time, and getting the tape to a level where she feels comfortable that she won't hurt herself is quite the task. So she's been granted enough time before she actually starts her 1 minute runoff. She's technically at 58 seconds, but before she does that, she wants to really know that her poles are dry enough, and obviously we've stopped the competition, so it is fair enough to I don't know where I started that sentence, I'm sorry. It's all just a bit confusing just now, but it is fair enough. We're also wiping off the long jump board because we don't want athletes to slip, and because the board itself is plastic, you can slip on the plastic even when the track before it is dry. And the rain's starting to pick up a little bit again, so that's why she probably decided to not continue on with that jump. I'm going to have to check if that's going to count as a foul or not, because the time didn't run down, and but she actually started her attempt, so that's kind of a in between. It depends on how all of this goes. My guess is that it does count as a foul. I'm checking with everyone else, but we're continuing on with the long jump, which should be less of a problem because, as I explained earlier, there is not actually a injury potential for the long jump. And we're starting off with Brazil's Lisandra Campos, and a invalid attempt for her. Doesn't have anything to do with the rain, maybe also just with not knowing where to run off. If you've had a little bit of a pause, even when it's not that long, you might feel a little slower, probably not faster, but you could feel a little slower, so you don't know really where to start off. But we can see that there's still a little bit of water under the board, which will get fixed. But I've just gotten confirmation that Wickemans' attempt will count as a foul because she started her her attempt when it was still not raining, and she could have jumped, but she hadn't. As we saw, she hadn't dried her poles enough so that she didn't feel comfortable to actually jump. The minute of time that she had ran down, and she didn't complete her jump. So that is quite unfortunate for her, because during her attempt it started raining again during the latter half of it, when I would understand that she didn't want to go. And we're checking in right now. Because of that, it's like in between. It would have been technically allowed that would completely not count for her anymore, but there's talk right now that she will get that attempt back, because we have again paused the pole vault competition, and it would seem somewhat unfair to yeah, kind of let her be at fault for rain that she didn't start. And here Fleur Young didn't quite feel that she was at the right spot within her runoff. And I'm gonna get you confirmation of how many attempts who has when the pole vault competition starts again. And we're drying the track again, just to continuously have safe options and a safe competition for these athletes. And we love to see young fans here seeing a sport probably for the first time, like really, really up close. It's not at every competition that you get to do that, but the 21st Golden Roof Challenge in Innsbruck is one such event, and we are glad to host it every year. And to have fans come again and again, they're familiar faces at this point. Now we're getting into the third attempt in the men's long jump. As of now, Jason Smith is in the lead. Golden #1 for the US American with 7:55. He'll most definitely want to improve on that. His PR is 8:13. He is the world ranked #5, 35 from last year. You will want to show that he can go further than that. And it looked like it might have actually been further despite the break. Competitions always require more than only the physical ability, but also just the mental toll that it takes to be concentrated, to know what you want to do and what you want to focus on. There was quite a bit of space between where he would have wanted to jump off and where he did. Also to know and to remember what you did in the last attempt that you wanted to change, what your strengths are, what the weaknesses are that you might want to keep in mind in that very moment. It is all very hectic in one's brain. You need to be able to pull your focus back together. In this moment, Luca Herden most definitely won't want to be thinking about, oh, it's raining, I don't like when it's raining, my feet are cold, or whatever it might be or not be. You really want to be able to concentrate on what it is that you can control, and the rain most definitely is not one of those things. Otherwise, we already would have decided to have it stop. And he's asking for the board to be cleared of water again, just for his safety, and that he can concentrate during his actually sprint towards the board instead of thinking, is it wet, is it not wet? Totally a legitimate request, which is why we would do it either way, but getting a little reminder, even if it is mostly dry at this point, is great. Now that he's been standing there for a bit, it is his turn, and he wants some fast claps to really get him back into the sprinting mode. And there he goes, really fast. There's so much speed behind him right now. And that looked like such a great attempt. And he's fine, yet he still had so much speed going that he actually fell from behind the sand pit. It is something that you also need to get used to, that you don't have all of this space behind the sand pit to really just like go back. And he sees it, and then he still falls down. But he waved, said he was fine. Oh, that was so close. How could that not count? Ugh. Obviously, he rolls up when you actually continue to jump. You roll up to your tippy toes, so that's when he just scratched it. Oh, and now he does get a white flag after they've reviewed the footage. There was just that tiny sliver left for it to count. Sometimes when you just watch it as a judge, it looks like he might have been across even though he wasn't, which is why nowadays we also have video footage. And he actually has improved on his competition performance. Before this jump, he was on second place with 7:51. Now he was in third place. Now he's in second place with 7:69. So a better jump than he's been able to put together when it was not raining. So it's not always only the rain, it's also just this mental battle that you need to be able to win. And sometimes for some athletes, it can actually be helpful to be distracted by something like rain or harder winds or someone else jumping better or further than you would have expected, or a favorite not really being in shape or not being able to show it, so that you think about all of those things compared to, oh, I'm bad at this, or I didn't have a good breakfast today, or yesterday my flight was late, or all of these things that could just take your mind after what you actually want to be doing, and just get you in a mental headspace that is not positive. And sometimes if you're able to think about less of those things and just about what you can control, it is able, or being able to do that can help you get a better result at the end of the day. And even with the lighter drizzle compared to earlier, you need to continuously keep the track free of water droplets, just because if the track starts to soak up, athletes will slip and slide on it, even with spikes, because you're not just walking on the track, you're going full sprint basically. And that just means that you need to be able to fully trust the track you're running on. And especially because we're on a runway, if you were to slip, you would fall off on the side, and there's no extra cushion on the side. So we really don't want anyone to be doing that. But even if we were at a stadium, we would be trying to keep the track dry. But even more so on a runway like this, you want to take extra precautions. So even when it could have been fine, we're just being safe, because we want everyone to continuously be safe. If that wasn't a priority for us, I don't think holding a competition or event like this is a good idea anyway. That is just my personal opinion, but I think everyone and anyone could agree that if you don't care about your athletes, you really shouldn't be holding competitions. And now we're taking the rain cover off the pole vault, which seems to mean that we will starting off the pole vault competition after Cheswell Johnson again, and then it should be Eileen Vickerman's turn again. From what I understand, she will get that attempt back, because it was just not really her fault that it started raining during her attempt. And we now paused the pole vault competition again for a while. And Cheswell Johnson will want to get his first actual valid attempt. So far, twice he's been over the board. Can he do it on the third try? Really high knees. He has so much speed, and he's over it again. Oh, goodness me, Chessa, what are you doing? The Africa champion from South Africa. Two-time Olympian. At the Olympics, this would have been the end of the road with three attempts with nothing to show for it, basically, an entire half foot over it. So he still just has so much speed. At a different competition where he would know that after 3 attempts with nothing to show or not being in the top 8, you don't get any further attempts, he would have probably stepped back another foot or two from his runoff. But here he knows he has 6 attempts either way, so he wants to make each one of them really count and get as far as possible. But sometimes that also means that, oh, and the clouds are opening up, we're crossing our fingers, and in German and Austrian we say Daumen drücken, so holding our thumbs for the rain to truly stop so we can continue both the long jump and the pole vault back to back as we usually do it. But yeah, in the usual competition, you only get 3 attempts to get to the top 8. But here, they know they have 6 attempts, and that can be good, or also sometimes make you a little too ambitious. But we're hoping to see something on the board for Cheswell Johnson, the Africa champion. And here is the silver medalist from said Africa Championships last year from Genoa Lionel Katsi. And there he goes. Kind of went off to the side there. He's not really happy with what he's been able to produce just now. $7.25 for him, not something he will be happy with. That's an entire meter less than his personal best. Not that it is the norm to jump a personal best in competition circumstances such as heavy rain or rain in general, and not as warm as he is used to from Namibia. But still, he would want to jump further than 7.25. The wind is pretty still, it's just a slight headwind, but really just very slight, 0.3. And as I've said earlier, Wekemans gets a new attempt because that one didn't really count. There could have been competitions where she wouldn't have gotten it back, but I mean, we also just want these athletes to succeed, and it's just this gray zone where we continued this competition in the pole for the pole vault for only her attempt before it started raining again. So it really would have been somewhat mean, a bit Grinch-like, to not give it back to her. And who wants to be like the Grinch? At least at the first third of that movie. Or like Scrooge. I have no clue why I'm talking about winter or Christmas movies just now in the midst of summer, but maybe it just doesn't feel like that looking at the rainy clouds. But it seems like it's clearing up again. It's definitely gotten better from a half hour ago, which is something we're obviously happy about. We want to have a great competition with top-notch results. And now we're on to 4:43 and a resumed pole vault competition for the women. This is her first attempt. The athletes really need to feel safe about their grip on the pole, and her face just says it all. She is not feeling it. She doesn't feel good about how her poles feel. They feel wet. They don't feel safe. She doesn't want to jump that way because if she does slide and doesn't have control over where she's going, she would just injure herself. And I think she's saying that she will stop her competition because, or at the very least, not doing this right now, maybe leaving out this attempt because she knows that she needs to be able to dry off her pole. But to me, it really seems like she doesn't want to jump at all anymore. Her coach is telling her, look at the sky, it's opening up. Why enter competition? You've already come here. But pole vault is also a mental game. You need to feel secure in what you are doing. And if the one thing you're using in your athletic endeavor, the pole, is working against you because the tape got wet and you're not able to dry it properly within the time allotted to you, I can totally understand her saying, you know what, maybe next week we'll get back to it. Very unfortunate. But again, we don't know where all of the athletes put their poles, how fast they were able to get them back into a bag or back into the tent, if they had anything to wrap it with. Those are things that not all athletes are thinking of. Maybe they're just thinking about where to go themselves so they don't get wet, and then they're like, dang it, my poles are still outside. And until then, it's already too late. And in some climates where it just doesn't rain that much, you might be forgetting about it completely because you've never had a competition where you had to jump in the rain or where you had to jump after it was raining. So there is more to it than it looks like from the outside. But we're back to the world record holder in the men's T63 para event, Joel de Jong from the Netherlands. He had such a great start to his competition. The first jump was so far compared to his personal record, meaning also the world record. But now he hasn't jumped in quite some time. He needs to get back into it. Lost a bit of control in the air. You need to really have your shoulders square to the front, otherwise you will twist and turn in mid-air. And if you're jumping this far with this much speed, that really means you twist quite far. But it actually does count as a valid tip because he jumped from in front of the board and he landed properly in the sand, left the sand pit from the back. All was fine. And unlike in many throwing disciplines, jumpers don't really purposefully make jumps invalid, even though they could, but it's just not really done much. And at the moment, Luca Helden is leading the pack with 7:69 in front of Jason Smith and Emiliano Lassa from the USA and Uruguay, respectively. And Cheswell Johnson still hasn't been able to add himself to this leaderboard. And next up, over 4:43 is Nastasia Campbell from the United States, world rank 25, six-time All-American, SEC and Pac-12 champion. She's been dealing with all sorts of competitions over her career so far, and she's able to use all of that, but goodness, she landed in the extremely wet mat and now she's soaked. I mean, she felt fine over it, even though here you can see she was just lacking a bit of speed, and then she landed in a puddle. The bar already fell down on her upward momentum just because she didn't get into the eye position fast enough. And oh, that is so mean, landing in the mat, thinking about what I could have done different over the bar before I tried to clear it, and then you fall into the mat that's just soaking wet. But there's nothing you can do about getting the mat any drier at this point. There's like this foam underneath what you can see on the outside, like that gray and yellow, and it just soaks up water so fast. It's like a sponge basically. So once it gets wet, it's quite uncomfortable, which is why we have the rain covering. But it was drizzling before that when they still were competing, and when we tried to have Weckermann's first jump, so it most definitely will be wet at this point. But first off, Moyo Badi for the women's long jump. She has a personal best of 6:19. And this jump was actually, let me not lie, seems like it was further than how far she's gone so far. Not quite. 5:95, 3 centimeters further she's already done on the second attempt, so she stays in second place for now. Has not quite hit the 6-meter mark. And now back to the Asia champion of 2025, junior world champion for the U or sub 18 category back in 2017. Yu Chunye. She's only done one attempt so far. She didn't even attempt 4:13. Said, I know I'm capable of the second height without problem. Did 4:33 in the first attempt, and ever since has laid low. And now it's her turn over 4:43. And needing to wait quite a long time between her attempts could kind of rattle her. But we'll see if she has the focus right now. Great speed on the run up, but didn't trust herself to actually go for it. I wouldn't even think that it would be because of a wet pole, but just because she hasn't jumped for so long. All of the other athletes needed multiple attempts to cross 4:33, so when she did it from the very first time, she had to wait quite long until everyone else was done. Then it started to rain and we had a 15-20 minute break. Then we waited even longer, another 10-15 minutes, let's say. And only now she's starting again. So it must be probably up until an hour since her last jump. So it would make sense that she would just use this as like a warm-up and then have 2 more proper jumps to get over 443. Still 20 centimeters under her personal best. And let's see what Lisa Maria Lasti from Estonia can do here on the runway, going the other way. Unfortunately, this one won't count, won't push her up on the leaderboard or push her any further. I mean, she's already at the top of the leaderboard. She's leading with 6:46, which was her first jump, and directly a personal best, which is probably why she's so frustrated, because she knows she's in the perfect shape. She's already jumped a personal best at the start of this competition. The multiple national championship title holder, and heptathlete knows this is probably the day to even improve more on that personal best that she doesn't get to focus on all that much. Usually in a heptathlon, she only has 3 jumps, so then it will already be over now, but she has 3 more today. And even more athletes getting drenched. Needing to use in a full attempt to get back into competition form. Again, after such a long break, it's quite normal for athletes to say, you know what, I'll just use the first one as a trial and error, just to see if my sprint towards the board is how I want it to be, and then I'll just use that video footage to know if I need to hold my pose differently, if I need to focus on something specific for my next try or next attempt, and then in that second and third one, they do just that. And Alessandra Campos is the one with the best PR in the women's long jump, but so far she's not been able to add herself to the ranking. Let's see what she can do right now. And again, that will have to be a red flag. And it is. She's limping. I hope she's okay. Oh, that doesn't look good. Seems like she's hurt herself. But still signing for the young fans. Everything seemed fine right here. I think her foot got stuck under her when she landed in the sand. So maybe maybe it just didn't feel quite right. I'm hoping that everything can just be shaken out for her to continue. And they are hiding everything underneath the runway to keep it dry. And now we're back to Saga Anderson, who hasn't jumped for the longest time. She was actually the last athlete to jump before the break. So she already has tried getting over 443 once with a personal best of 452. The Finn looking to go to the World Championships for a 3rd time. And that looked so good. Oh no, goodness me, that is so unfortunate. That was so great. She had everything that she needed, and everyone already thought she was over it. Let's rewind. Perfect getting to the eye position, was over it. I think it was her arm, right? Let's look at the... Yeah, she was over it, and then with her chest, she just fell on top of the bar. She would have needed a little bit more speed to be further to the back, or had the bar closer to the front so that she wouldn't have fallen on top of it. Ugh, what a shame. It is always so, I guess annoying is the right word to use, when you know you have the height and it's just a depth issue, because it seems like that is fixable compared to just saying, well, jump higher. So that is a bit of a shame, but nothing she can change now. She knows she has the height now for sure, and she has a third attempt to give it her all. And now this is not Joelle de Jong. This is Fleur Jong. They're both Dutch. They're both para world record holders, but this is Fleur. And that looked better. And she seems to be quite happy about it. Her world record is 674. And let's see in my statistics in the background that I have running how far she's gone. 631 for her. Still a good attempt, a solid one, especially for the circumstances right now with a long break and the cooler weather, the uncertainty. But she is a pro through and through. She most definitely will not want to take all of her clothes back into the wet grave. But at least now she knows what she's getting herself into. Nastasia Campbell from the United States. The goal is 4:43. Her personal best is 4:57. This is a height she's done many a time. And just knowing that in the back of your mind is already helpful. Now, full focus on her speed and going for it. And there's not quite the height that she needed. And that is the end of her competition, unfortunately. She just didn't have the height today. And she was also really far away from the bar, like from a depth perspective. So you would have to have more speed to travel backward. And the combination of that just didn't quite work out today. I think that she usually does have more speed, which is why she even set the bar to be that far back. It's not that she has never pole vaulted before, so she obviously knows what her usual setup is. And still, she's going through all of the tidbits. And just as a reminder that Kimans has ended her competition, as I said earlier, she just didn't feel safe with her poles and with the weight. She just didn't want to risk it. So that was the end of her competition when we saw her last. So now there are only 4 more athletes in this competition. And I totally misread my papers. Nastasia Campbell does have a third attempt. That was only her second attempt. I misread that. I am sorry about that. Her competition is not quite done. She has one more attempt. Which is also why she was still discussing everything with her coach. Though most athletes will do that even if it is the end of their competition, just because they want to do better next time. So they need to do the proper walkthroughs for everything. It's basically Monday night quarterback work. Really just rewatching the footage. Just as Niu will have done in the meantime between her first and now second attempt over a 4:43. And unfortunately, that wasn't quite it, but it looked really good. She had great height, great speed. So let's rewatch the footage here. I think it was her knee going back down that hit the bar. Let's see. Oh, when going up, it already hit the bar, so she would have needed a faster roll up into the eye position, but that is easier said than done. And she will know that as well. And looking forward to her third attempt. Just like Cheswell Johnson is looking forward to his fourth attempt and hopefully, finally, ending up with something to back up him and his training. 3 times he was over the board, too much speed. Earlier he wanted a special double clap. No one was able to accomplish it, so he's settling for the usual claps in hopes that will do. Oh, he's already shaking his head. That was another foul. Oh, that is such a bummer. He's just too fast for his own good. He should, on his next attempt, is my logic, just go back an entire foot. Though he's probably already done that. This step was so much larger than it would have needed to be. I think, or I would assume that he felt like he wasn't on the board, so he made the last step longer, and then he was over the board. It's just those tiny things that kind of can alter your end results, and it's just really frustrating for athletes. That's why he was always shaking his head, knowing, darn it, 4 times, the same mistake. But pole vaulters don't have that luxury. They only get 3 attempts. And that was also the second attempt for Elina Lampella from Finland. 4th at the European Indoor Championships this year and last year. A 2-time Olympian. But all of that experience needs to be funneled into a good jump. And the Batman socks might make him fly. At the moment, Chinois Lionel Coetzee is in 4th place with 7:38 jumped thus far. He can go way further, he knows that, and he'll be wanting to prove just that. And there he goes, off for his fourth jump of this event. And that looked really good. Just right on the laser line, showcasing the current leader. But unfortunately, a red flag for him. The first one for him, actually. The first three were valid and fine. But this one was over the board, but ever just so slightly. And it could have put him just up there with the leader, Luca Herden. But field events just take so much specialized technique that you need to be able to perfect over the years. And Saga Anderson knows that as well. This is now her third and therefore last attempt over or for 43. She doesn't do it now, that will be the end of her rope, and she doesn't want that. Full steam ahead, high knees, proper send, but that is the end for her. The second attempt looked so good. What a shame. She says goodbye to the crowd after this competition, while the men are already starting to warm up a tad after therefore also having to wait way longer than expected. Doing some speed work, trying to keep their arms straight, going with the pole into the he's changing his mark here. As you can see on the side, there are so many different markers, all coming from the athletes. Some of them come from the organizers. And some athletes have more than just one. They have multiple. They have one where they want to start running, and they have another one where they want to definitely be with their right foot, or they want to do their 8th step. It's all just maybe a rhythm thing. You want to change your rhythm at that specific spot, so everyone does it differently. And they have markers for that. Let's see if that helped him. Maybe you should have put the marker further to the front, unfortunately. Sometimes they underestimate how fast they still are. So it would totally make sense to say, well, I'm a bit cold maybe right now. I don't think I have the same speed as I might have on other days, so I'm just going to put the marker further to the front. But, that was so close. And I've just been informed that both Emiliano Lassa and Lisandra Campos are ending their competitions, both of them long jumpers, the ones with the best personal bests coming here to Innsbruck. So far, Lisandra hasn't been able to put anything on the board. 0-0 for her, and she doesn't think that anything will change at this point, which is completely understandable, saying she's just not in the right maybe headspace, not in the perfect set of circumstances. She's already fouled 3 times. Knows it's not going to get any better. Also, we saw earlier She looked like she got hurt. And that too is the end of the rope for Nastasia Campbell. 3 attempts ending in a quite wet mat. Though they were all good attempts, none of them were quite high enough for today. The feet were already not high enough. Her hips never cleared the 440, which she would have needed. So unfortunately, that is the end of her competition. And as I already said, Alessandra Campos looked like she got hurt at her last jump, so she doesn't want to continue. She might not even be able to continue. We're wishing her all the best. And Emiliano Lassa, who's currently in 3rd, also is no longer part of this long jump competition. But Luca Helden right here is leading the pack. 7:69 for him so far. And his last jump right after the rain. What can you do now? He's able to gain so much height, but as we can see there in the laser line showing his own best attempt so far. He wasn't able to jump any further than that. The last step looked like he really had to push, so he was even still on the board. And even then, he still lost quite a bit of time or space there that he would have needed. And this attempt hasn't shown up for me just yet on my back end. Until then, we're gonna watch the Chinese top athlete, Niu Chunye, in her national jersey. Also in her 3rd attempt. So far cleared 433 right out of the gates. Felt really good. Then had an extremely long wait time because everyone else had to go in 2nd and 3rd attempts over that height, and then the rain break. And unfortunately, that is the end of her competition as well. Such a bummer. She looked so good over 433. She had so much space, but it was not meant to be today. And she is the last one standing. Elina Lampella, the last one in the women's pole vault, who still has a chance to continue on with this competition. As of now, Niu Chunye is leading. She was the only one to clear 433 on the first time of asking. So if Lampella doesn't clear this height next, Niu will win. Before that, we are going over to the Dutchman, the Flying Dutch, Joel de Jong. Paralympic champion, looking to improve upon himself. What can he do right now? And that looked so far, but it was also over the board. And it looked like the entire prosthetic was over the board. Are you watching that? Yes. And then it would have been probably somewhere along 750, which would, let me look, just barely improved upon what he did so far, despite being over the board. So it wasn't a better jump than he had, that he already has done. But she will want to do better than she has done so far. But obviously, she needs to be allowed to jump. Everything needs to be cleared. The cone has to be put away. And only then her 1 minute starts. And only then can she go. It can be somewhat frustrating for athletes when everyone's already clapping, but they're not even allowed to go yet. So it feels like you're being pushed to start, but you're just not allowed. So that discrepancy can be somewhat challenging and getting up your nerves even more. And that's not what you need for your third and last attempt to win this competition outright. 4:43 for Lampella. And she does it! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is the win clinch for the Finn with a personal best of 470. Fourth at this year's European Championships indoor. Elina Lampella already wins this competition with 4:43 cleared by her at the third time of asking. Let's rewatch this one. She had quite a bit of space there still left, but that was such a hard job to finish. That sigh of relief was heavy. She must have felt like 100 pounds just fell off her. So much pressure to win this competition, not only for the world ranking points, but also just for the win, to know you're able to succeed under not the best of circumstances at a competition like this, where you just want to be able to put everything to the test that you've done in training so far. And she has done just that. She's continuing on in the competition. Technically, the next height would be 4:53, but now that she's alone, she gets to decide what she wants. We'll see what she does next. She just takes the win, or she continues with a height of her choosing. For that, Austria's national indoor champion, Moyo Badi, on to her next jump. And that seemed like a valid one. Great. And 4:99. That can't be right. 5:99, exactly. 5:99 for her, meaning that is the best jump for her so far. You can see she's jumped multiple times right in the same lane. 5:98, 5:95, and now 5:99. So the 6 meters should really be something she can do today. She's so close. Her personal best, 6:19. So she's gone over that already in the past, over that somewhat magical number as a younger athlete. She's just 20 years old, by the way, so still quite young. But now on to Lampella. On to the next height. She's chosen just to use what the normal height change would have been. So 453 for her. She's already the winner of the Golden Roof Challenge 2025. And she, oh goodness, that looked like she could have cleared the first time of asking. But she had quite a short break and turnaround between these two attempts. So maybe now she just needs to concentrate on the itty-bitty details. Everything else was already great. Let's look at that from close up. She slithered her way along that bar, and until her chest, it went quite well, but then there was just no room to spare. But nothing she won't be able to do.
Und damit geht es auch wieder mit unserer Aufmerksamkeit zur weiteren Anlage. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Estonia. Next up and welcome back, Lisa Maria Nussi.
Big on back to Estonia's Lusty. The last attempt was a foul, the last two in fact. So she'll be happy to be back on track. Still leading the competition with her first attempt, which was a new personal best, which she improved upon by exactly 1 centimeter. As a heptathlete, she usually doesn't do long jump competitions only. Oh, that was great on the board. And the long jump is also an event that is on day 2 in the heptathlon, so you will be more exhausted than on a day like this where you haven't done anything yesterday, or at least not a full-on competition of 4 events. But yeah, that also means that she's not used to 6 jumps in a competition, because in heptathlon you only have 3 attempts in all of the field events. So including shot put, javelin, and the long jump, even though in full competitions in set field events you have 6 attempts if you get into the final 8. But here we only have 4 to 5 athletes, so therefore all of them are in the final, so to speak. And because Lampella is the only pole vaulter left in the women's field, she has longer breaks between her attempts. So if you follow yourself, you have a longer break than if you have multiple athletes still in competition. And that time is usually 5 minutes. So we're just going to have 2 long jumpers, and then it's going to be Lampella's turn again. So she has a little bit of breathing room between her attempts, so she can get all of her energy refocused. But now on to Fleur Young. And that looked really, really good. She had such an interesting pace at the very end, and she looks extremely happy about that jump. What is it? Is it a new record? A new personal record for her would be a new para world record. 668. 686, excuse me, and that makes all the world of a difference because 674 was until just now, as you've seen, the para world record in T64. This is a new world record. Despite the rain, despite the pause, despite it all, Fleur Young, the Dutch woman, gets it done. She beats her own world record. The Paralympic long jump and 100-meter champion has done it again. She's beaten herself, she's beaten the world, and she's proven anything is possible. A new T64 world record of 686. That is 12 full centimeters further than any woman in this category has ever done in the history of the sport. And just seeing her emotions makes it so worthwhile. What a phenomenal athlete. Wow, there's nothing more powerful than this.
Wow, wow, Innsbruck, wir bedanken uns bei Florian. World Record Team Innsbruck. Amazing, congratulations, Florian. Und währenddessen warten wir hier, Lampella und die ganze Zeit auf den nächsten Versuch. Die 4 Meter 53. Zweiter Versuch. Innsbruck, wer sich unterwegs?
And after all of that excitement and hype and basically all of this hyper energy from Fleur, we are back to the pole vault with Elina Lampella. Can she take all of this energy with her and catapult her over 453? Not quite. And she knows there was so much potential there. That was her second attempt, and we see Osimos already warming up in the background. One more attempt for her over this height. She's already the winner of the 21st Golden Roof Challenge this year in 2025, but she'll want to make more of it. I still can't get over the fact that we've just seen a world record in the para discipline of the long jump of T64 from Fleur Young. Again, what a top athlete. I don't even have words to say. Wow, that was just phenomenal. And what an accepting and loving crowd, giving her all of the love and support and applause that she deserves. And it is so wonderful to see. And he's still all smiles, but this is almost the end of the rope for him. His 5th attempt, and still he hasn't put anything onto the board. Jeswell Johnson from South Africa. Can he finally get it done? Another red flag, and he knows that he didn't even have to look back. He felt where he was on that board. At this point, I kind of can't understand why he's not just scooting back a bit. Maybe he is, and he just has so much energy that every single time he gets faster, and then he oversteps despite going further back. Maybe also, I don't know, because he's not starting from the very, very back, right at the pole vault mat, just like Kutsi is. So I don't really have an explanation other than he's doing the same thing, hoping it will work and he can improve upon the last 2 steps so they're shorter, or he just gets faster despite scooting back. I can't really tell, but it's just so unfortunate. He's such a great athlete, and he has a great personal best, but his neighboring comrade, so to speak, from South Africa, going all the way to Namibia, Ketsi up next. And that was a jump that will count, but let's see if it is any further than how far he's gone so far. Right now he's ranked number 4 of 5. And that was really good on the board. And you hear it, 7:44 for Jeanette Lionel. Not going to make any difference just now. It is further than he jumped so far, which is great, but he's still on rank 4. Next best is Emiliano Lassa, who, as we already stated, has stopped his competition. The man from Uruguay jumped 7:52. So both Cheno Leona Ketsi and Cheswell Johnson will have to be better than that to place in the top 3. Jason Smith, for some time, led the competition, but now he is second behind Luca Herden from Germany. And who would have thought? But here he goes, world rank 35 from last year, but unfortunately overstepped. He felt it. That was a good jump, but not from behind the board. Maybe in moments like these, athletes think, well, darn it, if we just had a zone to jump out of, it would be better. But who knows? In that format, a laser line wouldn't quite work because everyone would jump from a different spot within that zone that World Athletics had thought about implementing, and then the laser line wouldn't be at the same spot for everyone, so that would be quite confusing as an onlooker. But we'll see what the next few years have in store for us. Lampella already has done quite a few jumps, as you just saw. Many faults, and still she's come out as the leader in this competition. She's already won, being the only one to clear 4:43. Now we are 10 centimeters higher than that for 53. Having a PR of 470, the Finn knows she can do way more. She's competed at 2 Olympics. Ranked number 10 worldwide 2025 so far. So she has high expectations of herself. Let's see what she can do. And that is the end of the rope for today. Quite frustrated, even though she's won, but the more important part to her, obviously, are not only the world rank points that she wins with winning here today, but also the height. Because if you look back at a competition, you don't only think about where you've placed, but what exact end result you placed with. And she won't be happy with 4:43. But that is your end result for today. Her in first before Nia Chunye and Saga Anderson. Bekemans decided to end her competition early, and Nastasia Campbell also couldn't clear any more than 4:33 today. Quite a roller coaster of a competition, but there will always be people who come out on top. Luca Haddon right now is one of those people. He is on top of the leaderboard with 769. Can he improve upon that is the question. In his 5th attempt, the German goes full out. Vice German champion. And it looked right around the same as he's already jumped, so he's quite stable with his jumps, which is cool. But he obviously would love to jump further than the line and not back right on top of it. But great on the board. $762 for him, but he's already jumped 769, so that's just something in his back pocket. If someone else jumps 762, or even if someone else were to jump 769, he would have the better second jump. So that can be helpful, but we'll just have to see if that is going to hold up. And now that the women's pole vault competition is over, we will go on to the men's pole vaulting competition. And we're going to start off at 522. Everyone, from what I know of so far, at least from what they said at the very start at 6 p.m., other than Piotr Lisek and Austin Miller, wanted to start off at 522, but Austin has since said, you know what, we had to wait a bit longer. I feel a bit cooler. I'm gonna start at 522. Despite it all, even with his great personal best of 591 that he's just jumped last week. So at the moment, only Piotr Lisek is not going to start off at that height. But first off, we're back to men's long jump, the second para world record holder that we have in our midst today. I'm excited to see what Joel de Jong can do with this 5th attempt of his. Oh, he does this like in his technique the entire time that his second to last step is very far to the side, to the right, and then he centers himself with the last step. But this one was so far out that he buckled, and therefore he couldn't finish his jump. You can see here that also he couldn't center himself with the actual prosthetic to jump off of, so it was better to not complete the jump and just get into the sand pit safe and sound. So one more jump for him, but before that we're getting to the local hero, which is who all of these cheers are for. Ricardo Klotz, multiple Austrian champion, home in Innsbruck. And I saw him compete at his first competition of the season last week at Touch the Clouds in Munich. I said it then and I'm gonna say it now. I think he didn't used to compete with a glove. Maybe I'm misremembering, but he is now. And last week he said was one of his best starters, best openers for a season with 535. Let's see what he will end up with today. 522 for now. Oh goodness, but after waiting for almost 3 hours at this point, this was a really good start. It looked like he could have done it first time around. So he's quite annoyed about that. Look, only the knees, only the knees. What a bummer. But he knows he has 2 more attempts to get it right. And last week he knows he's shown that he can jump higher as well. He's like, yeah, look at this much, just this itty bitty much, just the knees. But that is not Ricardo Klotz, he just jumped. That is Moyo Badi, also from Austria, also national champion. Your national indoor champion in the long jump this year. She's jumped so close around the 6-meter mark today, multiple times. Can she finally break it in her 5th attempt? And on she goes, full speed, trying to get her arms to cooperate. But it, excuse me, but that wasn't quite it this time around. Why I was saying arms when you would think, well, you need to run fast with your legs, is that usually when you sprint or when you run in general, your arms and legs will move. Oh, that was so close though. Just like 2-3 centimeters. Your arms and legs will move asymmetrical will move in asymmetry. So if you put your right leg in front, you will put your left arm in front, and vice versa. So if you can move your arms faster, your legs will, technically speaking, also move faster because they move at the same speed or frequency. So sometimes when you can't like get your legs to move faster, it can be helpful to just think to move your arms faster. It doesn't always work, but it is a little like trick that sprinters use to also like focus on their arms, even though you don't think that that would help much. It does, specifically in a discipline like long jump where you can actually focus on that. The pole vaulters cannot, because obviously they're holding the pole. So using your arms in that way is not going to work, but for long jumpers, that is a little finesse trick that can be used. But let's see. Oh, what a beautiful jump from Valentin Imsant. I have to be quite honest that I am not aware of him being part of the French Swiss side, of the German Swiss side, because in German you would say Valentin, but in French you would say Valentin, and I haven't been able to find which way he likes himself to be pronounced, so I might be switching between Valentin and Valentin. I'm sorry if anyone feels offended by me saying it the exact wrong way. I'm trying my very best. Now on to Estonia's Liisa Maria Lasti. Still leading with her personal best that she put up and put forth in her first attempt. And now she goes down the runway, full speed ahead. Unfortunately, just a bit too much force and speed for her. But I think she will, it's quite hard to say if she actually will get tired or feels tired during this event, because she is the only one within this scene who is used to really long competition days, because usually her competition days are twofold, 2 days back to back from morning till evening. So she should be the first one to not get as tired, but then again, she usually doesn't have to concentrate on just one discipline for this long amount of time, so it could go either way. But now on to Austin Miller, also starting at 5:22, as I said previously. He started off the day, or he started off this competition by jumping over the Obi wall at 5 meters, so we know he can do that easily, doesn't have any problems. jumping over such a wall, but 522. We'll see if that is also doable after this long break. Doesn't have to go full speed just yet. Just focus on his technique. That should have been so easy. And that was a bit too much fog right when he got down. But it looked so flawless until the very end. I mean, look at the height he has here. That's like 40 centimeters, but in front of the bar and not over it. So when he actually comes down, he comes crashing onto the bar, which is always very, not unsettling, but frustrating to say the least. And now, this might just be the hardest time to actually compete for someone like Fleur Young. She's already jumped a world record. Let me reiterate that. Fleur Young has already improved upon her own world record. We see it here with 686. That is a new world record. So far, if you look it up online, it will say 674. So 12 full centimeters is what she's added just now to her own world record. Can she refocus her energy after all of those happy jumps and excitement in the interview? It is hard, but I would hope she can do the same thing and add even more to it. Let's see what the world record holder then and now can do. Oh, not now. I think all of the energy has been used up for all of the excited jumps, honestly. Being able to refocus after a jump like that is basically impossible for most athletes. I wouldn't put it past her that she could do it. I mean, look at how great she was on the board right here, just 2.5 centimeters over it. But still, being able to refocus is a really hard task. And still, all the congratulations go out to her, improving upon her world record. What an amazing feat. And now on to Zachary Bradford from the United States. Not on the first attempt. He too has been waiting in the wings for going on 3 hours at this point. Most of, if not all of these athletes will need a first attempt to just get back into the rhythm. We've seen that it isn't easy to do. Valentin San is the only one who's done it so far. But Zachary won last year, and he will want to be able to duplicate that win. Last year, he finished the competition having jumped 582. Let's see how far it can go this year. And now on to our little problem child, Cheswell Johnson. This is the 6th and final jump. And for the first 5 times, nothing was able to work. But this time, he got everyone to do the exact clap that he wanted. Didn't work the first time. Afterwards, he didn't try again. But will this be able to get him into the right rhythm? I think it's a white flag. Finally! Oh my goodness, he's shaking his head thinking, good gracious, it took me long enough. And finally, in the last attempt, he made it work. Good Lord. And it was close to the laser line, which showcases the lead jump of Luca Hadden, but 3 centimeters shy. Oh goodness, 766. What a competition this is. Nothing is guaranteed, truly nothing. That's now second place for Cheswell Johnson, coming from the pits of failed attempts. Back to Ricardo Klotz. The first attempt was so close. He even showcased it, saying this much, just itty bitty, only the knees touch the bars. Let's see if he can get his entire body across this time around. Come on, auf geht's. And there, oh, I was about to say, there he goes. Oh, and Armin Margreiter, the competition organizer, says it out loud. SHIT, that's exactly what that must have felt like. The first one was so good. The second one, again, his entire body was already over the bar, and then he falls on top of it again, and he's so frustrated. And we all can understand what an annoyance that has to be when you know you've already cleared it, and still it comes down crumbling with you. He has the shortest travel to get here, less than a few kilometers of a bike ride. But still, he wants to give it this his all. Maybe even because of that, because he lives right here in Innsbruck. What a bummer, truly. He will have to go into a third and final attempt. But before that, the Namibian star, Chinook Lionel Katsi. So far, he's been able to improve upon himself again and again. His last was the best so far, 7:44. He will want to go further than that. Now he's in third place. And that was good, but not better than the second place jump that Johnson was able to get together just now. He actually jumped off in front of the board, if I see that correctly. And with that alone, yeah, he lost 20 centimeters there. And this jump was 7:24. So if we add those 20 centimeters, like if we did, it would be exactly how far he's jumped so far. And I was incorrect in saying he was in third place. He is in fifth place. He was in fourth beforehand, and now he was pushed back to fifth thanks to his good friend Cheswell Johnson. But that's how it goes in competitions like these. They are friends, often on the track, but not during their jumps. And Austin Miller, going in with a smile, he knows he can do this. Just last week, he jumped a new personal best. 5:22 was no problem for him usually, and it really isn't this time around either. He says, yeah, look at how much distance there was between that. And he is right to say just that. And let's rewind. Be able to really get into like a small ball and then kick his feet up so he can get the most height out of it as possible. And I've just been informed that Lisa Maria Lusti has also ended her competition prematurely. She's in the lead, but she's decided to not jump the very last attempt. And that should mean that she will win this competition. Before that, on to Jason Smith. There was a time where he was in the lead before Cheslow Johnson and Luca Herden put him in third place. Can he put himself up the leaderboard stats? That looked like a really good jump. That was just on the laser line, showing the leading stats from Luca Herden. Is it further, or is it the exact same? We're listening in. Lost a bit here. Still needs to be looked at. There's a laser in that red and white mini pole, and it calculates the exact distance. Oh, also 766, meaning he goes into second place because Cheslow Johnson also jumped 766, but he doesn't have a second. He doesn't have anything else on the board, meaning his second best can't be further than the second best from Jason Smith, meaning he is now in second place. And that is why you need more than one valid attempt for times like that. Now on to Zachary Bradford from the United States, the Golden Roof champion last year. But a second just walk through. Hasn't been able to put it all together just now. Everything is always a bit different competing at international events in the city after a rain break and on the runway. You really have to be able to regroup and focus to put it all together. Not an easy task, but others have done it as well. Sometimes your own head just gets in the way on days like that when you just want to be perfect, when he most definitely wouldn't need to be perfect. His personal best is 591. Right now, we're asking 522. So this is something he has done over and over and over again for years. Not anything that should stop him on a regular day. And Luca Herden leading the long jump competition in the men's event is on the runway for a sixth and final time today at the 21st Golden Roof Challenge. Right when it was raining, he jumped his furthest, and that is still the leading number 769. Can you do it again with a smile in full speed ahead? Going all out with his arms and legs, high knees, and he's really excited about that one. That looks like it was further than the laser line. We can see there is space between the laser line and where his imprint is in the sand. So he was able to improve upon what he's done so far at the very last second. That is grit if I've ever seen it. And really, it takes so much flexibility and core strength to be great on the board, to push off and really fold yourself in half and hold that. And 787 for him. So he adds so much to what he's done so far. Almost 20 centimeters, 18 to be exact. Wow, at the very, very last second, he showcases that it can be done. And that's a really good end to his competition, having a personal best of 8:14. That is really a good end for him. And now on to Ricardo Klotz, the last final third attempt for the man from Innsbruck. And he does it! Oh my gosh, no, 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 oh no, he was already so happy. Oh shoot, that just can't be. What else happened there? We need to see the slow-mo of that again. It looked like he was already over it, and it stayed there for a bit. But he would have needed to get off the mat before it came down. It wobbled. Wobbling is fine. It's still up there. Let's see that again. Again. Oh, what a shame. And it continued to wobble. This would have been fine right here if he would have gotten off the mat right then and there. But he stayed on it, excited, until it came down. He said, "What?" And that's what everyone was thinking as well. It was his knees once more. If he wouldn't have snapped them under himself as hard, he wouldn't have touched the bar. And that means that without any valid attempts, his competition is already over. Not getting... Oh, that is so sad. My heart goes out to him. But the competition must go on. And it goes on with Joël de Jong, the Flying Dutchman, the Paralympic record holder in his T64 category. Multiple Paralympic champion, 23 years old. His very first jump was so far and so good. What can he do on the very last one? And again, he buckles off to the side. And some of the other attempts, it looked like he could just barely hold on to it. But the last one and this, he truly couldn't. Look how his knee just snaps to the side. And with that, you just can't finish off your last step. And that is the most important one. Ugh, what a shame. Luca Hadden wins with 787 in the very last attempt. Jason Smith is able to push himself just in front of Cheswell Johnson in his last attempt when Cheswell didn't have anything on the board before the sixth attempt. So everything can change until the very last moment, and it did here. What an exciting end to that competition. And now all we have left is the men's pole vault, and this might just be all that Zachary Bradford has left. It is his third attempt, over 5:22. Not anything he would have thought at the beginning of today. Can he manage it? Come on. Oh, I was about to say let's go, but he's shaking his head, looking down at the ground. Sad that it just couldn't work out today. Just like Ricardo, he has to end this competition without being able to showcase what he can do but he, not in one of any of his 3 attempts, was at the right spot to even jump off. So that is even more of, yeah, a mental game he will have to go over tomorrow, maybe with his coach, going over why he wasn't even anywhere near doing any of his jumps. And now the last jump in the women's long jump. Both Lisandra Campos and Lisa Maria Losti have ended their competitions prematurely. So for the able-bodied women, Moyo Badi, the Austrian indoor champion this year, is the last one. Can she manage 6 meters? She's a personal best of 6:19. Can she show us what she's made of right now? Going full speed ahead with high knees. And that will not count, unfortunately. That's the end of the road for today for the local hero. Quite obviously a foul. He's the Swiss record holder indoors. Just 20 years old. Such a top athlete. World rank 15 this year. Second at the European Championships for the under 18-year-olds in 2022. And also second at the European Champions for the under 20-year-olds 2 years ago. So he has been adding to his medal cabinet over the past years. What can he show us today? Swiss champion and the national record holder outdoor as well with 582. Now we're asking for 6 centimeters less. The first attempt he did without any problems. Sorry, therefore we're also not at 5:22 anymore. We've changed the ball game. We've changed it up to the next height, so 5:42. But still something he could easily do. He's jumped 40 centimeters higher in the past. And his first attempts that he flawlessly did over 5:22 was so clean, so we know he can do this. He already had the height that time around. Now he just needs to clean it all up and do it once more. There's still one man we've not seen so far in this competition, Piotr Lisek, a 6-meter jumper from Poland. And now, for one last time, our Paralympic champion and world record holder, Fleur Young. Did she hold the record yesterday? Sure she did. But today, it's further than it was then. And now, we're crossing our fingers and toes. She can do it one more time. For the 29-year-olds, this could be another record in the making. Breathing heavily one last time, and then focusing on what she's training each and every day in the gym and on the track. Can she do it again? No, she cannot. The fourth jump was the best, and it was the best anyone has ever done, ever. And she bows to the fans who helped her get there. What a wonderful end to this competition for her. Couldn't have gone any better. You wouldn't have said that just around 2 hours ago when it was raining so hard we had to stop the competition for a while. But that's not what she will be thinking back on when she remembers this day where she added to the world record she herself put up. Here, we do not see her listed because this is just the competition board for the able-bodied women, meaning only 3. Lisa Maria Lusti wins with 6:46. The only 6-meter jump we saw today were from her in that category, and the para-athlete Fleur Young basically starts in her own category. And because for competitions like these, you're only allowed to have one para-athlete per discipline or per event. We only have one man and one woman competing. We otherwise would love to add more. Marcus Ramos also often here, but never can Joël de Jong and him compete together at this event. Otherwise, it wouldn't count as or it would no longer be eligible for the world rank event of all of the other guys. Yeah, it is unfortunate. There is a bit of a clinch, one could say, to a certain degree, between wanting to add and include and diversify, but then needing the events to be separate, because at the end of the day, they're not competing in the same categories. They're Olympic events and then also Paralympic events, so they have to be separated in that sense. But yeah, so that is the reason why she wasn't on that board. Not because we forgot her or we don't care. And so we want to recognize her world record and her jumping this flipping far. I don't even have words to say. The world record she jumped previously was in September 2023, so 1.5 years ago. Maybe that's why all of this excitement just came through, because last year she did win the Paralympics in both the 100 and long jump, but no world record could be added to her own legacy. But now Piotr Lisek has decided to add himself to this competition. 5:42 for him, and he does it the first time of asking after being out since being introduced around 6 o'clock today. He didn't want to even try to attempt the 522, wants to keep some of that energy to jump higher this time. He's already gone over 6 meters multiple times in his life. 602 is his personal best. And look at that technique, just so phenomenal. No wonder from someone, and this is his signature scream before each jump, and basically every other photo op he does it. But yeah, nothing else would be assumed from someone who not only holds a Polish national record, but is also the European Championship indoor from 2017, was the silver medalist at the World Championships in 2017, is a multiple-time Olympian, was third at the World Championships in 2015 and 2019. He has been part of the top-notch gang for over a decade. And it doesn't seem like he's interested in stopping anytime soon. And why would he when he is still this great? Ever since he started and first jumped 590 and above, many more top athletes have added themselves to the roster and into the eye line of everyone interested in not only track and field, but specifically pole vault. A name that everyone would know is Mondo Duplantis, multiple-time world record holder, has broken his own world record 8 times over. And smartly enough, he adds 1 centimeter at a time because every world record brings money. And if you can choose how high the bar is, because at that point you're alone in the competition, I too would add just 1 centimeter at a time. Who wouldn't? Especially if you know you can do it again and then again and then again. And the real question is, how far and how long can he go? When will a time come when he just says, you know what, let's add 5 centimeters. I don't think I can do this forever and ever. And I just want to use the best jump to get this record and have it be unbeatable. Not that it's beatable right now, it's at 627, which is madness. But that is not something we have to think about just now. Mondo Duplantis is not here. And if he were, he would not be starting at, well, actually he would start at 542. He does it a lot, that he doesn't want to wait too long to not get too cold and actually just be back into the competition. Which is quite interesting. Most athletes like to wait and then just be fully in the competition, other than not jump once and then wait again. But Valentin Imsant is taking a little break for now. That one wasn't quite where he needed it to be. And we have to say that just last week, Valentin Imsant actually jumped that new record. It was previously at 572, which is what I was remembering, but he just added 10 centimeters to it at his last competition event. So now it's 582, the new Swiss record from the man who is currently ranked number 15 in the world ranking this year. And at just 20 years old, jumping that high is quite extraordinary. So it could be that to some degree he is just still back at that competition and he wants to do it better because he knows he is in the shape of his life right now. But not every competition is the same, and he first needs to get back into what he did at that very first attempt, because that was, quite honestly, almost flawless execution. It looked so clean. It is something you would maybe see from someone like Mondo Duplantis, or also Sam Kendricks, also a pole vaulter from the United States who's won many world championship medals and is in the 6-meter club. And Imson's first attempt looked that clean, like those two athletes would do. So he needs to just be able to get back into that mindset other than, trying to change anything about it now that we're at 5:42. And what is quite interesting is that that new Swiss record is actually the exact height one needs to jump to qualify for the World Championships this September. So 5:82 is the qualifying standard. And if no one else in your country or no more than 2 other people jump it, you should be qualified. And Valentin has done that this year. As it is the Swiss record, no one else has ever jumped it. So that means he will be heading to the Tokyo World Championships this September, which is very exciting for him. Austin Miller has also already jumped higher than 5:82 this year, 5:91, a new personal best. But he's not the only one in the States who can do that. But let's see what the Swiss man can do. Come on. And, he just propelled the pole off his feet. What a tragic end to his competition today. That white line, by the way, is there for a reason. I'm going to explain it to you in just a second, but let's rewind. He was over it, and then he fell on top of it, just like Ricardo Klutz did earlier. We get another shot from that. Yes, let's see. Look how much height he has, but way too far in the front. And then he just falls on top of it, and there's no way he can push himself further back mid-air. So he would either have to sprint faster so that he travels further back, or have the bar closer to him, because he had the height further to the front, which is actually, like, from a technical standpoint, very good, because he can get height immediately and not travel backward for it. But you need to be able to set everything up in exactly that way, where you know you will have your highest height. And maybe he needs to change that up still, because his technique has improved, which is why he's also now the new Swiss national record holder, or at least with a new height. So yeah, that is quite unfortunate that at his last competition he jumped a new record, and now he can't replicate it just a week after that. But so is track and field. One day everything goes perfectly your way, and the other it doesn't. His first jump looked so good, but next time we'll be rooting for him again. I don't know why they only say USA, not any of the other nations' slogans, I suppose. They could have said Hop Sweets for Switzerland, or I don't know what the Austrians say. Auf geht's, something like that, or something in Brazilian, or any of the other language, Estonian. But they only say USA. I don't think that's fair. And I'm saying that as a US American myself. But We'll see what Austin can put on the board today. He's decided to not jump the 542 at all. He's gonna skip over that. He has so much height, which he even showed us when he went over the 522. So he's just gonna go straight to 552, which is the next height we're at. Let's see if that's what he can do in the first time of asking. He had so much height the last time around, but not quite. Not quite. And I also told you I would tell you about this white line and why it is there. So once you actually cross that line, you need to get over the bar or your attempt will be a foul. So if you just run up until that line, even if you put the pole at the bottom there in the mat, that is totally fine. You know, he's adjusting one of his markers. That is totally fine. But once your body crosses that white line, it counts as an attempt. So if you then fall back, even though if you don't even finish trying to get over the bar, or you, well, fly right under the bar and onto the mat, you don't get to retry, even if you still have time on the clock. So that is what that white line is for. You can't put any of your body over it, and not just on the mat, but even in the air. So that is why athletes sometimes try to kind of scoot down the pole when they're like halfway up and they want to retry and they still have time. But that is what that white line is for. In some mats, it's actually imprinted on it, but here is just a, yeah, it's just a elastic over it. I need to keep all of my process of explaining things. There's just so much to know in a sport like athletics. But that's what I am here for, to explain everything right away. And we love seeing young fans hype on our athletes as well. Austin Miller in his second attempt. This time he goes for it. But, oh, he's getting cramps. He gets those every once in a while. That's the problem of his. But he knows how to deal with it. He always just immediately stretches. What? He had so much height over that last attempt that he did over 522. There were a good 30 centimeters, and this is just, well, unfortunately it's 30 centimeters higher than the 22 one. But technically this one was not as good as that 522 one, but sometimes you just know the bar is lower, so you don't actually have to go full out, so it makes you less stressed about it, and then if you're less stressed, you're actually better. But now he needs to put everything together. And now the only other man still in the competition besides Austin Miller is Piotr Lisek. He has decided to not even attempt 5:52, which means Austin Miller follows himself. So now this is the third attempt. And if he doesn't clear it, Piotr Lisek is the only one standing. She should be able to do it, come on! And that is the end of Austin Miller's competition. Unfortunately, he still gets a hug from his competitor and friend. Now we get to re-watch it. And it is the exact same as it was for Valentin Imsant. Imsant jumped a new personal best last week. A new national record as well. Austin Miller also jumped a new personal best last week. Not at the same competition, but also on the same day. 5:91. And today he can't clear 5:52. Some days just don't want to work out, but Fleur Young was able to jump a new Paralympic record on this very same track, just going the other way with the same fans, same weather conditions. But that is sport for you. Everything just needs to work perfectly together. But as of now, Piotr Lisek, if I'm seeing this correctly, well, he is the champion already. I was thinking because Austin Miller because Lisek decided to skip this height, that Austin Miller could still win, but Austin Miller decided to skip the height before that. So what he's jumped so far is 5:22, and Piotr Lisek has jumped 5:42, as you can see here. So now, continuing on to 5:62. He's the only one standing. He has the best mark, and that means he's the winner for today already. Technically, he could decide, now that he's alone in the competition, what he wants to jump. So he could jump any random number that's higher than what was on the board before when Austin jumped, but he's deciding to just stick with the program, stick with 5:62, and we see what the 6-meter jumper can do. His signature scream, he never goes without it. It's part of his repertoire. He needs to be doing it so he can jump high just like that. And the bar does not come down, and he cannot get out of the mat immediately, but there he goes. And a backflip to showcase super jump and how ecstatic he is about it. The black hand is just a, I don't know how to quite explain it. It's like sticky, so you stick on the pole better. Athletes like to do different things. Some people just like to dry their hands and have it just like that. Other people like having this like sticky residue on their hands. Other people have honey or chalk or a combination of the two. It's sort of kind of like in the parallel bars in gymnastics. Everyone has their own little concoction, but in parallel bars you're not allowed to like leave anything like on the bars. But here they are your own poles, so you can do with it what you want. You're just not allowed to like tape your hand to the pole or anything, but the sticky residue you can do with as you please. For most people, it would get all over their clothes as well, so that's why many people don't like using it. But it works for him. And here, as I already talked about earlier, everyone has like their own set of poles that they bring with them. And you have to think about each pole costs multiple $100s, if not $1,000 per pole. They are extremely expensive. So traveling with these is quite an adventure, not only because they have to be special luggage, and sometimes they don't allow you to even put them on a plane with you, even though you've talked to the plane company before. It is a hassle to travel with poles. But some way, somehow, the athletes make it work every time. And if not, they share. They are kind enough to share with one another their expensive poles because they know they'd like someone else to do it for them if it were the other way around. But that's how it goes. And next up, Lisek has decided to skip the next height, which would be 572, and just go to 582, which I find interesting that he doesn't choose anything else specifically other than that. But again, 552 exactly is the qualifying standard for the World Championships in Tokyo in mid-September this year. So being able to jump that exact height does have a specific meaning this year. So it totally makes sense for him to say, you know what, I jumped over the 62 with ease, everything was fine. I'm not going to waste any energy on the 72. I've also already won, so I'm just going to save up all of my energy and only jump over 82 because that is something that is meaningful to me just now. And there he goes. Lisek, the fox, what it means in Polish, and he's putting all of his energy right into this jump right now. 82, that was good, but not the perfection you need to be able to clear a height like this. He's already jumped 72 at the end of May. So from what I have on my list, he's not jumped 82 this year yet. So this is extremely meaningful to him, because that would mean to qualify directly for the World Championships. He has been at many World Championships. He has many World Championship medals. The kid looked if they also got some of that black glue on their hands as well. Very cute. But yeah, he has a full cabinet of medals, European, World Championship, all the things. Oh goodness, who is singing there? Oh, good Lord. Lisek has gone to 3 Olympic Games so far. 32 years old. Was in Rio de Janeiro. Was in Tokyo. Was in Paris. And now this time around, he's looking to go back to Tokyo, the Japanese capital, for World Championships in Rio So he placed joint 4th in Tokyo, 6th, and in Paris, joint 15th. So he doesn't have any Olympic medals, but he has European and World Championship medals at the ready. And today, he's won already, but can he surpass 582? Not today. Not today. At least not so far today. Twice he had to see how the bar came crashing down right after him. 1.5 weeks ago. No, 2 weeks ago, almost exactly to the day, he jumped 572. Just why he didn't have to do it today. He already knew he could do that. What's important is the question is he can surpass 582. And what he's doing now is changing poles, it seems. Maybe he's already realized that he needs a longer pole or maybe one that's stiffer. You can't really see how the poles are different from the outside. But he has changed it, so that could be the deciding factor between what happened the first and second time around and what happens now. Adding some adhesive to his pole. If not now, then it won't be today. And the crowd is still happy to be there, watching on. Oh goodness, he was singing there. Oh, I don't think that anyone from our team is that great of a singer. Someone can try to prove me wrong, but so far I've been proved right. But they don't need to be. What's important is to be there for these athletes. We've seen personal records. We've seen world records. And now what we really want to see is the standard for the World Championships from none other than this guy, Piotr Lisek. If you were to translate it to English, that would mean Peter Fox. But Peter Fox is not his name. Piotr Lisek, the Polish national record holder, with a height of 602 that he's jumped in the past. Can you jump 582 right now? The scream, that's all the power outlet to let it rip. Can you do it? Come on, Piotr. And not today, and he knows there was a chance for him to do it. Just enough energy for one last backflip. And that is the thank you from the crowd for continuing on, for them as well as for himself. Our winner this year around. Still happy knowing that he did have a good competition. I mean, he didn't add to his season's best, yes, but by no means was this an easy competition after waiting for really long, longer than anyone else. He was the very last athlete out of the entire field to start his competition, and still he came out on top. Next up, we're going to have the medal ceremonies, even though medal isn't even the correct wording, because they don't get medals, they get a really cool like figurine or award statue with wings, which looks really cool, to be quite honest. I don't know if the winners are always too happy, but having all, like this heavy thing to take with them, they might actually have to send it home via airmail, so they don't have a too heavy suitcase. But still, a win is a win, and a trophy is a trophy, and who doesn't like any of those? What an exciting 21st Golden Fly Series event. More specifically, Golden Roof Challenge is what we call it here in Innsbruck. Two friends, the Obi World Challenge, top jumps, happy and excited fans, new season's bests, winners, Paralympic champions, great first attempts, the right atmosphere, annoyance, and then obviously the rain. Stay cheerful, we're prepared, and nothing can stop us. And most definitely nothing and no one can stop Florian or Luca Hadden. After and within the rain, they added to their season's bests, lifetime bests. They made this competition special, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Sighs of relief, happy tears. Everything was part of this competition. And the most memorable bit of it all, this moment right here. A world record for the Paralympic champion, Florian. A win for Luca Hadden. Applause for the local hero. Technical prowess from Cheswell Johnson and Valentine Sat. Wow, what a day. 4 hours of competition, greatness. Rain tried to stop us, but we wouldn't let it. And all of the most exciting moments came after it, so that is what truly counts. And that is Amin Magrata giving out the awards for all of the athletes here today. In third place, both Wickemans and Andersen. In second place, New Chenye, and the winner, Elina Lampella. The pole vaulting women who braved the rain and still competed wonderfully. Some sweet treats as well. And here is the winner's trophy I talked about. And the mayor of Innsbruck handing over said trophy. She got the wrong one. It said pole vault men on it, I think. Now it's correct. Oh no, it must have said long jump on it then. And here is our podium for the Golden Roof Challenge 2025 in the women's pole vaults. And now on to their male counterparts. In third place, from the United States, Austin Miller and Valentin Mzant from Switzerland placed second. And the winner, as we just saw, Piotr Lisek with a phenomenal competition today. Thanking everyone, as is the etiquette. Athletes also are, it's like an unspoken rule, are also supposed to thank everyone of the judges and helpers, to really thank them and show appreciation for them even making competitions like these possible. Because in a sport like athletics, it's not like everyone who is part of the sport is a millionaire, and it's just a sign of your appreciation to thank them, especially at smaller competitions. Not like this, but like at a local competition, you really should be kind to everyone making it possible for you to be there.
46. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Lisa Maria Lustig. Representing Estonia, she managed to pull it off. This is your applause.
And the heptathlete wins the long jump specialty competition. What a great accomplishment. And we're sending all of our get well, better soon wishes to the Brazilian athlete who seemed to somewhat maybe get hurt a bit at her towards the end of her competition and then decided to no longer participate. We hope she is well or on her way to get better.
With 7 meters and 66, representing South Africa,
Cheswell is most definitely happy about at least putting something on the board in the 6th round after 5 fouls, and that being just enough for 3rd place. It was enough for 2nd place until Jason Smith jumped the exact same numbers, 766 in the 6th round, but he also had more valid jumps, so all of those other attempts helped him get 2nd place today. And Luca Hedden was in the lead for the longest time today. The German vice champion led with 769 before he added 18 centimeters to that in the last jump. Now winning with 787. And those are our 4 podiums for the able-bodied athletes. But obviously we also want to cherish our 2 Paralympic athletes.
Long jump women, we have a Paralympic athlete who actually dropped the world record today, 6 meter 86. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it up for Fleur Young.
And a special applause for the Dutch woman, Fleur Young. She came here with a record, world record of 674 from September 2023. Last year, she added to her Paralympic gold total and took home gold in both the long jump and the 100 meters. And today, here on June 7th, 2025, she added even more to it and is now once more our top athlete and old and new world record holder.
And maybe just one word, because now you had some time to process
686. Wow.
to jump here in Innsbruck and pull off a world record.
Crazy. It really feels like flying. I can tell you that. So that's really special.
Thank you so much. This is also
Feels like
to you,
flying.
Innsbruck, for carrying her across the sandbox to a world record. Thank you, Fleur. Hope to see you again very, very soon.
Congrats to the North Cat Paralympics trophy. An extra 1,000 euros from the North Cat. Thank you again.
Doesn't hurt as well. That's true. All right, we come to our other special guest. We welcome on stage with 7 meters 45, our winner of the Paralympics competition in long jump here today, Joël de Jong. Where is he? Back hotel? Is that what I'm hearing? All right.
Joël has decided I am tired. It is past 10 p.m. here in Austria. So that is it for this competition. We had many highs, many lows, but even more outstanding competition moments that we will remember forever. Most definitely my top moment will be Florian's new record in the T64 division. What an amazing feat. For nothing in the world would I have changed anything about this competition if that would have meant to no longer get that specific moment. Thank you for everyone watching till this very moment. We appreciate every single one of you, and we hope to see you at the 22nd Golden Roof Challenge next year.
He's got so many awards. This is the Movie Award. And another 1,000 people off a 500 wall jump movie challenge from our good sponsor. Amazing. Thank you also, Miller. Our US Air Force World athlete. So, and we carry on with our winner interviews. So we meet the 4 winners of pole vault, to pole vault, and to long jump on stage here. You want to start, Sam?
I'm starting and switching to German because the next interview is in German. Please give a big hand for the Bürgermeister von Innsbruck, Hannes Hannes. Hannes, du bist selber begeisterter Sportler. Wie hast du die Golden Roof Challenge heute erlebt?
Ja, phänomenal. Trotz diesen Wetterbedingungen eine Mega-Stimmung. Top-Athletinnen, Top-Athleten, einen Weltrekord und dauernd gute Stimmung in der Stadt, mitten im Zentrum auf einer mobilen Leichtathletikanlage. Das haben wir nicht alle Tage in Innsbruck und somit wirklich für einen Bürgermeister sehr, sehr toll.
Es ist ja nicht das einzige Sportevent, was jetzt da dieser Tage stattfindet in Innsbruck, sondern es kommen noch viele Highlights. Wie stolz ist man da als Bürgermeister, der das Sportressort ausgewählt hat, dass jetzt noch solche Wochen kommen?
Ja, selber ein Sportbegeisterter.
And one last word from the mayor. Happy about such a great event being in Innsbruck. He's happy about the world record falling.
So tolle Events in unserer Stadt machen. Auch da ein
That
ganz großer Applaus
clubs
an alle
help
und vor allem an Armin und
that
sein gesamtes Team.
competitions like these can even be held, and big thanks to the event organizer Armin Markreiter for organizing such an event in Innsbruck year after year.
Bis nächstes Jahr.
And also from the crew live, thanks for watching.